No decision will be made this afternoon on the delegation. The committee will do one of the following. A, refer the matter to staff for a report. B, refer the matter to future budget deliberations, or C, take no action. So at this point, I'd like to welcome Jim Gleadall, if you'd like to come up. Jim, and you can grab a seat right there. And the floor is yours, sir.
Just have to hold it. Mr. Mayor and fellow council people, climate change, global warming, eco-friendly, CO2 emissions, mission statements, all buzzwords to affect policy change and taxes in the name of saving our planet. So to me, the hypocrisy and a little bit of irony to these buzzwords became vividly clear on June 3rd, 2023, when an ecological, I would like to say disaster, but this was no Exxon Valdez event is the term I will use, occurred when the Beaver Dam at 1505 Silk Line was broken and flooded downstream properties, damaging environmentally protected property, personal property, as well as grazing land for cattle and municipal property. As property owners, we did our part in contacting police and township officials to investigate and shut Silk Line down until the water subsided and temporarily repair the damage so the road could be reopened. I would like to commend Tony and Todd for their professionalism on that day. This is where the hypocrisy starts. The OPP constable who attended recommended contacting the township for bylaw infractions as well as the MNRF. He contacted them as well as the MOE. I sent an email on Sunday insisting on an investigation for bylaw infractions, which I followed up with a personal visit to this office. I was absolutely dumbfounded that there was no bylaw infraction. I was told to contact MNR. This is where anger starts boiling up. When the workers for Boston Auto Wreckers admitted to me that they had broken the dam, and I quote, "What do you want us to do?" laughed in my face and then drove away on his telehandler. A younger version of myself may have reacted differently to that statement, but age does mellow you. There was no offer from bylaw officers to help contact authorities to investigate further. It was left up to the residents. There are very few reasons for a catastrophic collapse of a beaver dam. Number one, flooding. And considering the dry spell and burn bans we're under, we can eliminate this one. Number two, other animals burrowing through the dam, also known as bank muskrats or bank beavers. Such muskrats I've never seen in that pond in the 20 years I've duck hunted and used the pond for training my dogs. And number three is due to people attempting to dismantle the dam. Of those three reasons, which seems the logical choice for the dam breaking at 1505, considering that A, there are 4 dams on that pond and 2 broke. There are 2 other beaver ponds with 3 dams that all held. Or C, does this just mean that the beaver at 1505 don't know how to build a dam? That the 2 other ponds held against the other rush of water coming downstream. Common sense would say that this is extremely unlikely. Is it not the job of enforcement officers to report illegal operations or violations, even if it is not under your purview? A conservation officer can stop and hold you, even if you have not broken a fisheries or wildlife law. So why can't a bylaw officer do the same? Just the added support from our township councillors and mayor, let alone employees who should be completely insulted by the complete disregard of residents' property and township property and safety, would bolster any investigation by provincial and federal ministries. Sadly, no help was offered, only what we are doing here this afternoon. For the owners of 1505 Silk Line, these people who claim their business is conducting ethical and environmental practices live in Toronto, a city that you cannot touch any flora or fauna without permission. So why would they not investigate before breaking this dam? The majority of the property downstream is classified as environmentally protected, affecting fish, swans, Blanding's turtles, as well as ducks, geese, and a plethora of other species. Ignorance is no excuse here. The reason they bought the property was that they had no more room and were being hampered by City of Toronto and MOE violations and rules. So with no respect at all to the residents, let alone the staff and council of Severn Township, they blatantly broke laws, and I, for one, would like to know if council is going to back their residents that have paid taxes into your coffers for decades, or a business owner who has no respect for residents and council, let alone the wildlife that was displaced, as well as personal and municipal damage created by a malevolent, malicious landowner thinking of nothing but themselves. Before we came over, a little bit of breaking news. You have it up there with you. The effects of this flood was on residents. The residents of 1581 Silk Line had their water tested and has come back unfit to drink. Public Health has recommended that all residents of Silk Line have their water tested. Of specific concern are the levels of E. coli. And now I have a few questions for you. I guess the first one is, are we responsible for doing contacting public health on our own, or will the township do that for us? And contact the residents and say, hey, your water might be contaminated.
You want to just summarize the questions and then we can see if
Okay.
the answer. Okay.
One at a time.
One at a time? Okay. That's my first question. Would be who's responsible for contacting the residents of Silk Line that their water may be possibly contaminated?
Could I ask Allison speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just confirmed with our Director of Public Works, issues unfortunately with contaminated private wells is an issue between the health unit and the property owners, and it's a civil matter. Unfortunately, it's outside of our control as the township.
So public health should be
Public health,
contacting all of us?
Simcoe County, if you report those things to the health unit, I would be in touch with them with the Simcoe County District Health Unit.
Okay, thank you. Carry on there, Jim.
Next question. Boston Auto Records also sells vehicles without Boston Auto Records sell vehicles without a site plan at 1505 Silk. They're advertising online auctions and sales at their front gate.
I think, Allison, can you answer that?
Nope. Oh, sorry.
And I may be able to speak to a couple of your questions, as I have responded to another lady that was one of the impacted property owners already. So with respect to the enforcement piece, the OPP and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, who are the two lead primary agencies on this, do have open active enforcement files. Unfortunately, because of the provincial framework for freedom of information, and particularly as it relates to enforcement files, they will not be able to disclose anything to you at this point in time. However, I strongly encourage you to ensure you reach out to both agencies so that they have your information and even this additional information.
Okay.
So of all of that, with respect to the township's ability to respond, we are looking into what we can, but we are very limited on this. This is definitely an OPP MNRF issue primarily. Our jurisdictional ability on this is exceedingly limited.
Okay. This brings me, I guess, does the township plan to recover the cost of the temporary and permanent repairs to Silk Line? 1505.
I think Allison has a response for that.
So again, we are looking into this. Is a fairly recent event, and we did do an interim, I'm going to say a temporary fix to that. So we are looking at what we can do. But again, we have to operate within our legislation and bylaws that are in place. So we're looking into it. We're doing what we can. But again, that would be an enforcement matter between us and the property owner. And that is between us and the property owner, unfortunately. They would only be privy to that because that's an enforcement thing between us and them. It's the same provincial legislation that governs us with respect to disclosure of enforcement pieces. So and I appreciate the frustration we encounter regularly with respect to enforcement issues, where we can't disclose stuff because it's an open active matter.
And thank you. Thank you. But the initial answer I got from the bylaw officer was there was no infractions, period. So when you answer that question like that, it makes me wonder what actually is being done, because we do have sections in here from the Municipal Act that actually provide for ditching that causes flooding of municipal property, which is a bylaw infraction. So is there a bylaw infraction or is there not? I'm not asking whether you're charging them or anything. We were just told, out and out told, no, there's nothing. Shut up and call the MNRF, is what we were told. So, and I'm sorry, it comes out sounding frustrated and angry, but when, as I say, we know that we have at least one well contaminated with E. coli. God only knows what other minerals that come downstream, because we do have pictures. You say you have the pictures from that pond was full of tires that have not been cleaned up. So MOE, everything else. So as residents, we're just looking for the backup of our township council and employees. That's all we're really looking for, is a we or no as to whether you're going to look harder into this, I guess, further into this. That's all. Sorry. So I can safely assume then, with question number 3 that I have, was approval sought from the Government of Canada, Department of Fisheries and Oceans under the Fisheries Act or Species at Risk Act prior to breaching the dam? And these are all questions that you would have probably been party to if he had applied to dismantle the dam legally, which would have been through the MNRF with the Wildlife and Fish Act, and which would come down to the township, would have had to given a permit. So because of the flooding that would have come downstream. So I'm assuming that they did not have a permit to break this dam. Was there a permit to break the dam? I guess it's the question.
Allison.
Again, so the dealings with Beaver Dam is purely a Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry matter. We don't have rules in place with respect to the breaking of beaver dams on private property. Now, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry will contact the Department of Fisheries and Oceans as need be when they do their investigations. That's a routine part of their business. Okay. So as need be, they will reach out to them. Okay, so no permit was issued. Okay. The last question was is not related to the flood. What was this here? Not related to the flood, but still of concern to the residents of Silkline is the storage and accumulating number of vehicles in contravention of bylaw 2010-65 section 8, industrial zones table 8.2 lot requirements. No building structure extraction, storage of materials, et cetera, permitted within 60 meters of public road or street and 30 meters of a zone boundary. There's a whack of cars that are within 200 feet of there's one actually sitting right on the shoulder of the road. It's reminiscent of Garney Prince days. So we would like that dealt with. And I know I don't know if we have a fire chief here, but what are the rules of having cars? And these cars back there in that pond now, they're not end of life vehicles. There's something else going on there. If they're selling these vehicles, they're not end of life vehicles. Okay, so they haven't been drained of their fluids. They haven't been drained of their oils. They're all locked up. I know personally. I tried to get into them. But so the fire chief is there anything, especially with the burn ban that we have on here right now? Is there anything along those lines that he could go ask them to be a little more careful with what they're bringing onto their property? I'm not asking that they stop bringing property or vehicles on, but if there's oil and gas in these vehicles at this point in time, it's kind of dangerous.
Okay, I'll ask Allison to comment on that, please.
So we can certainly have the fire chief have a look at the matter.
Okay. And that's it. Thanks for everybody's time.
Before you go, I want to ask anybody from the committee have any comments. Member McIntyre.
Through the chair to Jim. I understand your plight. It's a difficult time for the people in your area where this has happened. You don't have video evidence of anything. to say that they did it. You may have to take it to another level. I just feel really bad for your group, but we're handcuffed here a little bit by the rules. And I think our clerk has made it pretty clear to you that what your next steps are. And all we can do from this group is to wish you the best on it. It's not something we probably might even ask the members of our staff if they have been to other communities where they worked prior to here. Did they ever see or hear of anything so obnoxious as this? And I don't think they'd have probably related it to you. So I think the clerk sums it up in the best way possible. An awful situation that I don't think we can do much about.
And thank you for that. And I would answer to that. And as Allison said, let's just use the wells. So we're not on a water system or a town septic system. So we're responsible for our own. That's fine. That's great. This is right back to what I said. Why are we paying the taxes for decades that we pay? If we're out on our own, we don't have the policing out there that anybody else has. We don't have the fire services that the towns have. We don't have water services. We don't have septic services, but our rate of taxation is still the same as the guy in town. So, so if you are saying that you would be responsible for Cumberland Beach, Town of Coldwater, whatever. So the rest of Severn Township is.
Okay, let's go ahead, Mr. McIntyre.
Supplemental through the chair. Again, it's a difficult time for us because we've never experienced anything of this nature before, and we haven't placed any rules in place at this moment. Perhaps we could look at that afterward, but again, I remember this panel here feels terrible for what's happened and the circumstances surrounding it. However, we're handcuffed and we can't do much about it. As far as the taxes go, that's something that is something you can bring forward for a review. But at this moment, we're all feeling uncomfortable, and we don't have anything we can tell you that'll make you smile.
Nothing's going to make me smile right at this point in time. But sorry.
Just from where I'm sitting, if a picture tells 1,000 words, then these videos speak volumes. And I'm very sorry that this event happened. The quantity and quality of the water was ridiculous. I was on site, saw where it went, and I'm hoping that Allison can just recap the different agencies that we've reached out to, including the township that we're looking into this matter further. If you could summarize that, that would be great. Before that, Member Cox.
Yeah, that's great. I've already told you, through the chair to staff. The questions that were on the back of the page for A and C, and we talked about, we answered 5. Are those situations that we could look at or ask a building, or have those questions been answered? Is that something that our planning department speaks to, or we do, or to check on those?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So staff, this is part of the staff are looking into it. Okay. We do have a business licensing bylaw in place that will govern this property, as well as various other things. It's important to note that salvage yards and operations like this are also governed by the Ministry of the Environment, so who do issue permits themselves directly too. So
yeah, so basically it's questions 4 and 5 you're asking about. Okay, go ahead.
Supplemental, then do we ask the MOE or send these to the MOE to see what theirs is on it, or is there parts of it, like, is there part of it that we put forward to them and then we look after, or whatever there is? Just to clarify.
Yeah, so we can pass the materials along. We will pass them along to MOE. From there, unfortunately, it would be out of our hands as to what their response is. So,
and that's exactly what we're looking for, and that's what we're asking for. Is you said video evidence, and the video, and I'm pretty sure there is a picture of where they knocked the dam out in there. Do I have video evidence of them literally with a machine doing it? No, odds are pretty slim. However, that being said, anybody that wants to ask them, they apparently have surveillance cameras up because the residents, according to Boston Auto, the residents have been dumping garbage onto their property. So I don't know if there's, I didn't finally see any in my travels. I was actually hoping I would. Kind of kept the tapes, but nothing came out of that.
Thank you very much. Any other committee comments? Thank you for your time and for coming in today. And it's not easy to speak in front of everybody, but your point was well taken here. Oh, and Allison, did you want to summarize what from our end what we're doing? Thanks.
Yeah, so again, just to kind of circle back, so make sure that you've contacted MNRF and the OPP and have everything. If there is additional information that surfaces as you go along, like the well testing reports, please make sure that they have them. If you need their contact information, we're happy to provide that if you don't have it already. With respect to the wells, you will need to contact the health unit as they're the jurisdictional authority on that one, not us. We are looking into as much as we can from our end as to what we can do and can't do. We are governed by legislation and bylaws as well as those other ministries. So we continue to look into it. But again, unfortunately, because it's an open enforcement issue from all of us, there's a limited amount that we can disclose. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Jim, if we have a motion there, Allison.
Thank you. So the motion reads that the delegation regarding 1505 Silk Line and Beaver Dam removal and related damage be received for information.
We have a mover for that, please. Moved by member McIntyre, second by member Burkett. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, we'll go to the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything to pull from the consent agenda? Seeing none, adoption of the agenda.
Okay. The motion reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items as circulated.
Mover for that, please. Moved by member Brennan, second by member Minnings. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll jump right into section F 1.1, Severn Falls shore wall rehab and MacLean Lake dock rehabilitation. Mr. Burke. Thank you very much.
Thank you, through the chair. So this report just highlights the results of our bidding for the Severn Falls shore wall rehab and the MacLean Lake dock rehab project. We did combine those two projects given the location and very similar natured work. Through the bidding, you can see some pretty aggressive and good bidding throughout 6 responses, which is a good turnout for us. And 2 of the responses were disqualified for a number of reasons, including a failure to provide bond. But McPherson Andrews there is the lowest and most compliant and is compliant. We're recommending award. The budget is $32,800 short. So we're recommending to add that from the capital reserves and to execute this project in 2023.
Okay, open to the committee for any questions or comments on the report. Seeing none, I guess we have a motion, please.
Thank you. So the motion reads that Recreation Report R23-013 dated June 21st, 2023 with respect to Severn Falls shore wall rehabilitation and MacLean Lake dock rehabilitation be received. And further that the bid received by McPherson Andrews in the amount of $602,201.40, excluding HST, be accepted. And further that the additional $32,800 required to complete the work be approved. And further that the deficiency be funded from the capital reserve.
Any questions or comments? If not, I have a mover. Moved by member Minnings, or do you want to speak? Just move. Moved by member Minnings, second by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Okay, F 2.1 Canal Road Railway Crossing Improvements. Mr. Burke.
And thank you through the chair. So the CNR Railway operates in Severn, and as part of the regulations, we do assessment of track crossings in accordance with the new regs. And in this particular case, it was identified that we're not compliant at Canal Road. The CNR has provided an application to the feds actually for some funding, and pending that approval, they'd like to undertake this work. We are required to pitch in under those regs, and so our cost contributions are listed in the report below. It would be a municipal contribution of approximately $11,743, so long as we do get that RSIP funding.
Thank you for that. If there's no comments, we'll ask for a mover for that, please. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Burkett. All in favor? Carried.
Can I read, your worship? I just need to read the motion.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
That would help, I guess.
So the motion is that Public Works Report number W23-018 dated June 21st, 2023 with respect to Canal Road Railway crossing improvements be received, and further that the clerk and mayor be authorized to execute on behalf of the township the Canal Road Railway crossing improvement agreement between the Corporation Township Severn and Canadian National Railway Company.
Now, is there any comments on the motion? Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Burkett. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
We have 2.2 speed line review, Grass Lake line.
Good afternoon. So through the chair, staff was directed to complete a speed limit review on Grass Lake line between Cambrian Road and Agnew Road. So there's currently no posted speed limit on this section of Grass Lake line. It just defaults to de facto speeds, which is 80 kilometers an hour. So we obtained data through the Black Hat radar in April of this year, and this data indicated that the 85th percentile for traveled speed was 73 kilometers an hour, which is below the de facto speed limit. However, this road section was evaluated in accordance with Transportation Association of Canada's guidelines for establishing posted speed limits. And the results of this evaluation were to have a speed limit of 60 kilometers an hour. This recommendation is based on things like the geometry of the road, the condition of the road, lane width, and more. So in conclusion, we recommend that this section of Grass Lake line have a speed limit set to and posted at 60 kilometers an hour.
Thank you, Alex, for the report. Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Alex. Alex, this is just a off the cuff question because it has something to do with this sort of. If we have no speed limit signs on roads like this one, and we decide that we want to change, like put a speed limit sign on, do we have to do all this technical stuff, or can we just do it? Does somebody come and check? I'm just being nosy. I just didn't know how it works. Oh, let him answer.
I'll let Mr. Burke speak to that.
Thank you through the chair. I'll start and then Alex can fill in. But yeah, so our policy was developed not too long ago, but to do a systematic review so that we don't arbitrarily set posted speed limits. The more we're in compliance with a process, the less liability we have overall in the claims defense position.
That's yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, but it does answer it. Like the liability. That's where I was getting to, is that if we just did it, we just said, guess what, Alex, go change that to something, and something happened and we had no proof to why we did it. Okay. Thanks. I just was curious. Thanks. Because somebody could ask me.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Alex. Thank you very much, Alex. This is going to make all those people along that roadway very happy. As you know, with our demographics changing, the amount of people that are walking, huge problem with speeders. But I wanted to ask, and I should have given you the heads up, what's the speed limit from Agnew to the highway on that same section of Grass Lake line? Is it 80, or is it, because it isn't posted as well?
Through the chair, so I believe that section is 50. Yeah, it's unposted. But so de facto there kind of comes into place with like how built up an area is. So that section of Grass Lake line between Agnew and the highway, it's a lot more like it's shorter segment, a lot more homes and driveways on it. So again, unposted still, but there's kind of those two speed limits from like de facto speeds, either being 80 or 50. And so yeah, it's kind of up to the driver's perspective to best judge if they feel that if that area is kind of built up or not. So yeah, that currently that section is also unposted, but the de facto speed for there would be 50, not 80.
So supplementary through the chair, if I may. So I'm going to ask why, like, I didn't know it was 50, or I did ask Derek before, but why is it not posted? Because I wouldn't have known had I not asked. And so I would probably do more than 50 along that section.
Through the chair. So we have a lot of road sections that aren't posted. We definitely can go ahead and post that section of Grass Lake line. It would be the same process as what I completed here, doing kind of a study on it, going through that Transportation Association design guideline sheet. And yeah, that's a little tough to answer. It's kind of up to the driver to use their best judgment to decide if it's unposted. Again, if it feels like you should be driving it at a 50 or an 80 based on just the length of the road, how built up the area is. So
if I may, supplementary, Derek, if it's, can we post it at 60? Because I don't think we should do it at 50. And I didn't know it was, like, my understanding is that any road that was not posted is 80.
That's right.
No, that's the way my understanding was.
On a main road.
I'll let Derek speak, but I remember from the past, if there's 3 houses in a row or something, then it counts as a number there, but
through the chair, if I can, we'll just finish up on Grass Lake. So it would be 50 kilometers an hour based on the Highway Traffic Act. So it's an unposted in a built up area, and it's pretty quick. It's 100 and so on meters, and it has to have X amount of houses on it. This definitely qualifies for that. But we'll go ahead. We are permitted to post unposted without doing a study and having council motion. It's where we want to go higher or lower than what would be unposted or currently posted.
Member Minnings.
Thank you, through the chair. I had one question, but that just generated a lot of questions in my mind with last week's master transportation plan review. And I don't have those notes in front of me, but I do remember that unposted roads in Severn were 80, and there was no qualifying around driver's judgment, which I absolutely don't agree with, or that roads with homes on them are 50. So now my first question is, where is that documented and written? Because I do have a question about an unposted road in my area. That's a hot topic currently, and I'd like to know what the written guidelines or rules are before I ask my next question. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Burke.
Through the chair, perhaps the first start is just to share our policy, so I can circulate that with council. It's available online, but we'll give you the link to it, and that does describe sort of the rules around what would be considered unposted, and it is a balance. If we were to post every road, the amount of signs that's required by the Ontario Traffic Manual is quite intense, right? So we do very carefully select where we post and where we don't post.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to seeing where that policy is. So with roads that have homes on them, it's my understanding today that the de facto speed limit is 50.
Through the chair, yes, that's the Highway Traffic Act interpretation.
Thank you. And then Alex, for this report, when it says you received a request for a review, would that be a resident request? Like I'm looking from a procedural process for how to bring things in the ward that I represent through. Thank you.
I'll let Allison speak.
Thank you. So it's not unusual that we receive letters from ratepayers asking for speed limits reductions or review. So if they are interested in pursuing that, just have them send me a letter. Please ensure that they give me their contact information. People have a habit of forgetting to do that these days with email. Email is fine as well. It doesn't have to be a written letter. And then just make sure they provide a detail more than just, I'd like the speed limit reduced, as to the reasons why.
Okay, I think I'll ask for a motion this time before I call for a vote.
Thank you. So the motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-017 dated June 21st, 2023 with respect to a speed limit review, Grass Lake Line, be received And further that the speed limit on this section of Grass Lake Line be set to and posted at 60 kilometers an hour.
Okay, any questions? We have a mover by member Minning, second by member Cox. All in favor? It's carried. Next, the always stop will have 2.3. We'll let Alex speak to this as well.
So through the chair, again, staff was directed to review the intersection of Hampshire Mills Line and Penley Road in consideration for always stop control request. So this intersection currently operates with a combination of yield and stop signs. So staff performed traffic counts on the legs of the intersection in accordance with our always stop control policy. The policy utilizes the Ontario Traffic Manual Book 5 to determine appropriate locations for all always stop control intersections. The traffic counts for this intersection took place in May of this year. So the results of the count were that the intersection does not meet the warrant condition for a minimum volume of 350 vehicles per hour. But the volume split ratio for this intersection was a 70-30 split, which does meet the warrant for the volume split control of 75-25. For the intersection to qualify for always stop control, it typically would have to meet both of these warrants. But although that only one warrant is met, staff recommends that this intersection still be posted as a always stop control intersection due to site-specific criteria like the poor horizontal geometry and the reduced sight lines of the intersection.
Thank you. Questions? Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Alex, for looking into this.
Any other comments? If not, if we had a motion to approve.
Certainly. So the motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-019 dated June 21st, 2023, with respect to an always stop control request, Hampshire Mills Line and Penley Road be received. And further that the always stop control request for Hampshire Mills Line and Penley Road be approved.
Okay, we move on that. Moved by member Brennan, second by member Burkett. All in favor? That one's carried. F2.4. Roads capital additions, Mr. Burke.
Thank you through the chair.
Member Burkett, speak.
Okay, Derek. Thank you through the chair. So I asked for this report before Mr. Burke speaks, if I could speak to council. So I brought this forward, and just so that council understands the project that we have on Wayman Line, there's a bit of a holdup. And again, it's a utility company, which I am struggling with because it seems we always have problems with the utility company. And this is holding up a very large project. But I know better, and I should have at the time, because anytime you put a road forward, what needs to be done before a road is even thought about being reconstructed, Derek and his staff need to ditch. They need to look at culverts. Like, there's a lot of preparation before we actually move forward and consider a road to be done. And you can interrupt if I'm saying something out of order, Derek. Sorry to... And I knew this, but because of a lack of a better words, I was looking to spend some of our money now. But what Derek has kindly offered to do is later in August, he's going to bring forward a recommendation of roads that he'd like to see for budget in November. And that would give us an opportunity to weigh in on it. If that, it would be August or September? September. So he'll bring forward his recommendations for next year. And that's an opportunity for council to look at some of the roads that may or may not be considered for next year's budget. So I am in this report that Derek has written. South Sparrow Lake Road is a very busy road. It needs to be reconstructed and it needs to be engineered. So this is great that Derek is going to look at, with council's approval, look at spending the $80,000 to look at what needs to be done to that road, because I think some of the hydro poles need to be moved. So again, here we go with years waiting for hydro again to do some of the works before we can actually go in there and do some of the works. So if council is okay with that, I'm happy to receive this report the way Derek has written it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll let member Cox.
Yeah. And I think the pre-budget road ideas, that's good. But I think members of council should, if we could have this, I think would like to ask her if I've got one, is everybody should have a paper copy of the roads needs study. And before you get all gung ho about whipping a road out there, you should probably read it to see where they're at and find out the information. But you can still put them out. But if a road, you know, we need to respect the roads need study and look at it and ensure that if we're bringing it forward, it is something that we have had complaints, or I mean, you can do what you want with it, but I think we should all have that paper copy. And the only reason I say paper copy is because many times I get a phone call or phone calls about a road, and I this way, when I had the Burnside one, I could always go, just a minute, and I could leaf through and I could say, oh, yes, it's going to be 2 years or it's 1 year. And you know what, maybe because it's just short, that may be something we can bring forward and look at. But if it's something that's really far, I don't mind saying it, but we have that information at our hands. So when our residents call us, we can have some backup information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Member Burkett.
Sorry, through the chair, and I'm not in favor of the 520,000 as written, sorry, to do Hodgson's at this time. I drove it on the weekend and the road is just a service road. It has 3 homes and 1 business on it. Yes, it's a very long road, but it's still in excellent shape. I can't at this time justify spending $500,000 when we have roads that we'll see in September that are in greater need of being repaired. And yeah, when I drove it, it was in great shape.
Can I let Mr. Burke speak to the report and then we can talk to it? Go ahead, Member Cox.
Through the chair, yeah, for sure. I think that's a good recommendation. We have it in our plan for a future year in the roads need study, so we can look at it then.
Member Cox.
I was just going to agree, and I agree. There you
go. For the record, I drove on the road yesterday. I thought it looked pretty good. I wish we'd have just turned left on Narrows Road and focused on that road instead of Hodgson's Road. So did you want to recap, or are we just going to do South Sparrow Lake Road reconstruction? Is that Mr. Burt?
Yeah, through the chair, from what I heard, it sounds like South Sparrow Lake Road design is a good choice, and then the preservation on Hodgson's just be considered for another year.
Member Minning.
Thank you. I agree with that, but my question is there another road we could put in there instead of Hodgson's right now, because there is additional funds that were being brought forward in this report today.
CEO has her hand up.
Thank you. I don't want to speak to roads, but I do want to speak to process. I think what I heard the mayor say was we should do it properly through a process, through the budget process, rather than pick roads, because that's how we got to a road that wasn't probably the right one. So we would like to go through the budget process, and then we can look at all the roads together.
Member Burkett.
Thank you to Member Minnings. As I said, when we look at some of the roads that need to be done, there's a lot of prep work that our staff need to do beforehand. They need to look at the culverts that are crossing these roads. They need to look at ditching and any other things that may be required to bring the road back to where it needs to be. So I was premature because I was upset with hydro, and I threw a rash of roads that all absolutely need to be done, but they're not at a stage now where we can just tender it out and have it done because of the prep work that we need to do beforehand.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. And I totally agree that there's a process. I'm not sure that South Sparrow Lake Road was discussed at budget time specifically for this amount of money. And if it was, that's fine. That was back in January. I don't recall. My question was not as far as actual remediation of the road right now, but as far as what we're doing with the $80,000 for South Sparrow Lake Road would be to begin some design work. That's all I'm saying. So I'm still not clear, and it is a process question that I'm asking, but I'm not crystal clear on the difference. Thank you.
I guess the question is, Derek, how did you come up with these 2 roads? Yep.
So through the chair, I'm going to try to answer it in 2 parts. the South Sparrow Lake Road was identified quite a long time ago, actually, in the roads needs study. So we are looking to time it so that when the 2025, I believe, season comes into play, we have a design and a tender ready package. So that's kind of why we recommended South Sparrow Lake Road as a design next. Designs don't get terribly old fast, so you can kind of shelve a design, but you don't want to do it too in advance, because then there can be some change on site. That's how we prioritize South Sparrow. Now, in terms of other roads, there certainly is other candidates for full reconstruction and growth capacity improvements, like active transportation corridors and things like that. Those could be advanced as well. It's just about whether, we want to do it too early or not. So this is a good step. I think this is a nice balanced approach to get some additional design done in 23 here. I mean, we're already halfway through the year. We're going into our budget cycles in the fall, and it gets one more capital project underway.
Member Cox.
Through the chair, Derek, and also you do say in the report that there could be a delay in that construction contract on Wayman, but it isn't wiped out yet. So we need to look at that. And the other thing we need to look at too is that at that time, you may say at our pre-budget road meeting, is that because Wayman isn't, maybe there are some other roads that you could look at to prepare or whatever. And that's why we should all do it at once and not piecemeal, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We have a revised motion there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the motion reads that Public Works Report number UW 23-022 dated June 21st, 2023, with respect to the roads capital additions be received, and further that staff be directed to include the design works in support of South Sparrow Lake Road reconstruction project in the 2023 capital budget with an approved budget amount of $80,000.
Okay, we mover for that move by Member Minning, second by Member Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Switching over to Fire and Emergency Services. Welcome, Chief. Outdoor wood burning appliances.
Thank you. And through the chair, this report was brought at the request of committee to bring forward an outdoor wood burning appliance bylaw. These outdoor wood burning appliances are a standalone system, totally enclosed, that provide heat through a fluid that's pumped into a structure, and that in turn heats the house. So what we've drafted is put some restrictions on these outdoor wood burning appliances to deal with the type of material that's being used in them, to put some restrictions on emissions so they don't affect immediately adjacent properties and the roadways, and to allow them outdoor wood burning appliances to be used for more than one building, and then give us the opportunity to provide some restrictions and for these outdoor wood burning appliances.
Thank you, Member Cox. I think you started this off.
Through the chair to the chief. Thank you very much. This is great. And I just have a question. When someone puts an outdoor wood burning, and I may have asked, outdoor wood burning furnace out there, do we have to inspect it, or is that through their insurance and someone comes and inspects that?
Through the chair to Member Cox, that is not inspected by the fire department.
Okay.
That would be the requirement of their insurance company if they choose to have one.
Okay.
So.
And just supplemental, would this be something that we should send to the, or do we know? Maybe we could have it put on our website as a notification that we've changed and this is there, so that outdoor wood burning furnace people know what's going on and can't say, I never knew anything. At least we can say we tried to get the word out.
Through the chair to Member Cox. So I'll be discussing this with our fire prevention officer, public educator, and with working in consultation with the communications person, we'll get something out there.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Okay, Allison, if we have a motion, please.
Certainly. The motion reads that fire report number F23-002 dated March 22nd. It should be June 21st, with respect to an outdoor wood burning appliance bylaw be received, and further that the Township of Severn outdoor wood burning appliance bylaw be approved and brought forward to the next council meeting for consideration.
Okay, we have a mover for that, please. Moved by member Cox, second by member Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Chief. Moving into section 4, administration, sign strategy and implementation plan. Welcome, Tracy.
Oh, thank you. This is new for me. So thank you, Chair and members. So today I'm here to provide a update on the signage strategy and implementation plan. But first, I just wanted to say this is a new project or plan for staff, and we're learning as we go along. We've definitely heard your feedback over the past few weeks on the signage plan and what has been done to date. And it's very clear that, of course, moving forward, council would appreciate being more involved in what's happening in terms of the signage plan. So we will make sure moving forward that happens, and then hopefully just have a better outcome and ensure that we're meeting the needs of each ward. So for the report today, I'm going to break it into kind of 3 parts, and we can have 3 different discussions kind of about the 3 different items that are being discussed. So the first is the signage strategy and the implementation plan itself. So the plan itself was originally produced and prepared in 2021. So since then, of course, we've done some implementation of that plan. So the plan as attached to this report reflects those that progress to date and just provides a more update plan. So moving forward, we can use that to assess budget needs and work plan needs for future years. So I guess I'd then just open up discussion in regards to the signage plan and answer any questions you may have.
Cox.
I just want to. Oh, sorry. I just needed to speak to a couple of things, and I think we need to fix page 2. I mean, what the sign policy says and what the report says are different, and I just don't want it to be out there. The March Mount, it says that there's a town line and Wayman line. There'll be 2 signs at it, and the Featherton one says 2, and there's only 1. So if we listen, that's what it says. Somebody sees it, that's what they're going to see. I'm just trying to help. And the other one is, so I will just leave that alone until we go to each section. So you want to do each type of signage and like you want to talk about banners and you want to talk about wayfinding, or do you just want to talk about it all?
So thank you for your comments and through the chair. So it sounds to me, thank you for reviewing the signage plan itself and for pointing out that error. That is a mistake. Originally, there were 2 planned for Featherton, but now there's been 1. So that was in the report, it's not in your notes. So thank you so much for pointing that out, and that correction will definitely be made. I don't know if the intention today was actually to go through the plan page by page. This is a plan that's been seen by council in 2021, and I know that not everyone was here at that point, so this may have been the first time that you've seen it. But just generally to provide that for information. And then as we're saying, then after we've closed this discussion on the signage plan, move on to the discussion regarding the banners and then the discussion regarding the policy.
So today we're going to do that then? That's how we're doing it? Or today we're just looking at this as a...
So in terms of the, today we're hoping to review and just provide you an updated signage plan and implementation strategy. And of course, we'll go back, we'll make that correction. And what we'd like you to do is receive the amended plan with that correction. And then we'll use that plan moving forward for our work and for our budgeting. So each year it's laid out which signs are going to be done. That allows us to kind of move year by year until we complete all of the required signage.
So I'm a little confused.
Okay.
Only because this all came to us and there's maps with where banners are to go and there's all those things. And if we have any suggestions about where the banners are, is that something we come to you after about?
So through the chair and then to Member Cox. So the intention for the signage plan, it is only a list of what is needed to be done. There's no specifics within that plan in terms of locations, anything like that. So we just like to move on from that first part saying, yes, you received the plan as amended with the correction as noted for Festerton. And then we can move on to number 2 or B, as you say, which is the maps, the locations of the banners, which is in response to direction from council from the previous meeting, to then come back to the members with an updated, per those directions from council on June 7th, being to increase the number of banners, balance the banners per community, and as well provide an update on those locations. So we can move on to that discussion is what I'm suggesting, just to make it easy so we're not discussing multiple parts of the report at once. If we have council accept the amended plan with that small correction to Festerton being one sign, then we can move on to the discussion regarding the banners.
Okay, that's what I wondered.
Okay.
Sorry. Carry on, Tracy. Do you want to?
So at this time, I just wanted to provide the updated signage plan and implementation strategy for your review. As I said, thank you for your comments, Member Cox. I will make that adjustment. But if there are no other adjustments, then I would suggest that we then that committee accept the amended plan and we move forward to discussion B, which would be the banners.
Member Cox.
I'm sorry, but when you're talking about the welcome to Severn gateway signs, can I talk about that? Okay. I just have a question. When we're putting them on Highway 400, do we have to pay a yearly fee? I just know the BIA, we went to do it and it was a hard thing to get a sign on there. I was just curious.
So through the chair, while implementation plans and budgets are all for best efforts, our initial contact with the MTO hasn't been great. And so we are working, through that. From what I understand, the municipal displays or the gateway signs are a permitted feature under the Ontario Traffic Manual, and it's within their policies to allow us to do so. Because we're not a private venture, we do not pay like a service fee, an annual service fee. But we're mid negotiations on all of that. So we'll have to report back and hopefully we have something good to report.
I was just curious because I know what we had to go through and I just wondered if it was okay for us because I think it's a great idea. It's just, okay, thanks.
Someone else had a comment? Okay, carry on then, Tracy. MS Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair to Tracy. So the one at highway number 11 at the north limit of Sundial property, and I know that Derek's working on it to work with the MTO. So the sign that says is there now, would it come down and that's where we would place this sign, or is that how it's going to work?
Through the chair, they actually are considered to be different signs. So the blue sign is an MTO initiated community sign, and it doesn't actually reflect, a brand or any of that sort of feature. So it is likely to stay, though, and they're all along the highway. So they do actually reference Artria and Cumberland Beach actually still as some historical naming conventions along the highway.
Member Minnings.
Thank you, Chair. I just need a recap on what we're focusing on because I'm sorry I've lost the spirit of what Tracy needs from us today. Thanks.
Let's go right back to the beginning of the report and then we'll go through and just glance over what you want to speak to and then rather than jumping all over the place. Go ahead.
Sorry, maybe I can translate a little bit. So there are 3 things that we want to do today. Talk about the plan, which I think council doesn't need to spend a terrible amount of time on because it comes back every year through the budget process. So this is just a concept right now and we're partway through it. So I think unless I've heard we had an error or 2 to correct, which we can do unless council wants to spend more time on it, you probably don't need to today. Then we're going to move on to banners, which I think is where we're at. And then at the end, we're going to talk about our policy. Those 3 things.
Sorry, what was the second thing?
Banners. Banners is up next. So I think we're probably through all we need from council from the signage strategy. Unless you have questions, we can probably move on to the banners.
Let's talk banners.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these we discussed at the last meeting. I think we upped some and balanced them out.
So through the chair, so this part of the report, so this was provided in response to council direction received on June 7th. So during that discussion, we had talked about the banners as project as proposed, and council had directed staff to ensure the number of banners was apportioned based on the size of each community. That the banner design be varied in each community. Previously, we had suggested one design per community, but that was not what council preferred. They'd like the designs varied within each community. And then as well, that the project utilized the total allocated budget of 30,400. So based on that direction, I've come back with some suggestions, and thank you to those members who have provided some comments to date. I understand that we may need to make some adjustments to some locations. But part of this as well is identifying, I think, there are some considerations, some factors to consider when placing banners. Some of those include the site-specific conditions, who owns the infrastructure or the utility that we'd like to actually affix the banner to, and just some other, sight lines, things like that, that really affect where they should go. So part of this moving forward would be to actually ground truth all of those locations to determine that we're putting the banners where council and of course Public Works would prefer them to be. So I guess that, with this section of the report, I have provided, I'll just go into the maps a little bit.
Just 1 second. I think member Brennan has a comment on this topic here.
Yes, I was actually going to leave this for later, but I don't know if I can. On the community signs, recently there has been and it is a really nice sign placed at on Division Road near Price's Corners on the south side of Division Road. I don't know if it's because I'm new, but to me, that's Bass Lake, not Marchmount. Marchmount, I understood. Like, our plan is right. It says place them at Town Line, right off the highway, makes sense. And Wayman, and it's right now there is currently a Marchmount sign on the north side of Wayman. But I've always thought of the south side of Division Road as Bass Lake. So the sign is kind of not in the right place. It's a little covered by trees and all. It's a beautiful sign. I just was kind of wondering if we should put it somewhere else, or someone needs to educate me. Is the top end of that area Marchmount? And I don't know, but I know there's a Marchmount school there, but it's also on the north side.
Derek, speak, please.
So I think, so to start is what the intent was for the community signs was really to identify the settlement boundary in the settlement area. So in the official plan for the township since about 2010, if not even before that, we sort of created this, and it's been a coined term, a community of communities. And we do have a number of these areas that are identified as one community, even if they were a subset of a number of communities. So for instance, West Shore was branded in 2006, in and around the time when the water and sewer system came together, and it was a number of communities. We have Minoke Beach, and we have Artria and Cumberland. So that's kind of how the early official plan happened. When we did our sign rollout, we wanted to identify locations best where there was a number of users, like high volume of traffic coming out of another region. So it doesn't just identify Marchmount or the settlement boundary of Marchmount, which is actually where that sign is placed. It also identifies the township of Severn. And so the township of Severn kind of begins right around Price's Corners in terms of a municipal boundary. And we thought that'd be the most effective place to highlight both you're entering a township and you're entering the community of Marchmount. And that entire community is called Marchmount on our official plan.
And how far down?
All the way to Wayman and 12. So
but how far south of there?
Down to Wayman and down to 12.
Is Jellum Road?
Yes.
Considered Marchmount?
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Okay.
So,
thank you through the chair. So then you'll have to change. I can't bring this up, but it says here Marchmount Community Welcome signs on Town Line and
In
Wayman.
Wayman.
Not on.
Doesn't say division.
Doesn't say Division Road.
Through the chair. So in the implementation plan, in the implementation plan, it would be more correct. When we first did the first draft in 2018, I believe it was, that was a hypothetical spot, knowing that the settlement boundary starts there. That's one key location. We kind of wanted to be fiscally cautious in terms of the quantity of signs. So Marchmont could have been 3 signs, one at Wayman 12 and Price's Corners, and as well as Town Line and Highway 12. We chose 2 to get our best traction, using Division Road having the highest traffic count.
Thank you. I just saw the one on Town Line just recently there, Town Line and Highway 12. Okay, are you okay there, Tracy? So we're still at banners there?
Yes, just pulling that back up again for you. So returning to the banner discussion, I'd just like to explain these maps a little bit, although it is described within the report. So the red flags indicate the presence of existing banners that were already had that hardware and the banner themselves attached. And then the green flags represent the proposed locations, which will again require that ground truthing and that confirmation before final installation. So yeah, so just at this point, I've provided the maps in advance, but I think this is probably, an opportunity here for council to provide some feedback on the proposed locations.
Okay, I'll let Member Cox jump in here.
I did speak to Derek, and I do feel that we had gone from 40 to 31, and I don't care if it's 40, it can be 38, it can be 36. But I think the massive amount of signs on our main street need to be relooked at, our banners. And Derek had agreed in some points we seem to have a lot hanging there. So with that in mind, I kind of thought that maybe when I go to any other village, town, anywhere, the banners usually are on the way in to let people know. And then there are some downtown. So I'm thinking that we probably could utilize a few more coming in River Street. And then if you go to Sturgeon Bay Road, we start them just before the funeral home, right at Sheridan Drive. And that stretch, and I mean, if you drive it all the time, which I do, that stretch from our Welcome to Coldwater sign to Sheridan, I always have tried to figure out a way to make that look like you're actually getting into somewhere. And I really believe that some banners along there would be nice to sort of, the welcome sign and the banners sort of take you in, and it will sort of make it look like you're entering the village, because that seems to be a barren part. And even the Coldwater Road one, if they were just, if we put one sort of by where Timber Mart is, along there, because I believe it. And when you go to put the signs up, and as you said, you will be looking to see if the look of them and where they go. And there's quite a few signs along Coldwater Road that there are tree overhangs that are private trees. And I mean, if they're in the way, then we can bump it to, there's other, poles that we've already utilized that are there. But that's just my thing, is when you're coming into a place, if we can strategically have them sort of guide people in, because really we have no garden or anything after our main garden coming in. That's just on the Coldwater one. I kind of felt that way, that might be a nice idea to fill that field gap on the way in. Thank you.
Member Minnings.
So through the chair to Member Cox, I think it's maybe just respond to each of you as we go through to your respective communities. So thank you for those comments. I think that's great. And, when in putting this together initially, we were going with the theory of direct replacement. And in retrospect, that wasn't, of course, maybe the best approach. And I think this is going to actually, your comments and your feedback is really going to help ensure that they are going in the right place. And I know that there has been some discussion about maybe doing a little bit of a walkthrough with each of you to ensure that we're identifying those. And I think to get this right the first time around, of course, we can do that and make sure that we're working with you to identify those locations and make sure that we're doing this right.
Supplemental. Thank you, Tracy. I think that's a great idea. And we look forward, I look forward, and Dan, to, you know, getting all of our ideas together and ensuring that they're not cluttered. They just pop and look really great. Thanks.
Thank you. And sorry, through the chair to Member Cox, I just would say to respond to your question about the 40. So based on the original signage plan, it was 48. We took it down to 32 after we ground truthed them to understand there was only 40, then took it down to 32. But then when we were appropriating them for each community based on size, we felt that 40 was an appropriate number. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Minnings.
Thank you. And through the chair to Tracy. So then, rather than, you do not want feedback right now on the placement of the banners. I might understand you and I can set up some time, or I can send you that separately. Is that correct?
So through the chair to Member Minnings, I think that would be an efficient way to handle it. I'm happy to take any comments you have now, just some kind of similar to Member Cox's comments, just about how you see them being kind of strategically placed. But yes, the details we can definitely figure out on kind of a one-on-one basis.
Thank you. Yeah, just generally speaking, some of the smaller internal roads may not require banners, but then we have areas like Agnew, like South Sparrow Lake Road, like Couchiching Point Road. I'm looking at Member Brennan's Road on Minoki Beach Road, where just to continue to make people feel like they're included in the broader areas, because I'm so excited about this project. I think it's excellent. And my second question would be, I see we have like part A, part B throughout your report. And this might be a quick question for council, but I'm assuming this is an initial outlay of banners for the $30,000, and there may be opportunity going forward to continue this, or is this our one shot? Thank you.
We'll let Tracy answer that, and then Member Burkett.
So through the chair to Member Minnings, thank you for all of your comments. I really appreciate that. And local knowledge is really going to help us ensure that they're in the right spots. So in reference to your question, I think it's going to be an ongoing project. So I don't think at this time, we haven't necessarily identified any specific budget for it next year, because it was a 1-year project in the signage plan. So, and then, you know, but again, the banners do not last forever. So we're going to have to at some point return to it and replace and maybe put more, or, you know, determine how we're going to move forward with that. So I think that that's up for kind of annually. Council can decide as part of the budget process if they'd like to put in more banners, or how they'd like to proceed with that. So
thank you. And to Member Minnings, and no disrespect, but I think the West Shore signs up on Agnew Road, that whole area is designated Lake St. George. So maybe not put those banners up in that area, and maybe in future years, if it's Lake St. George, maybe we look at a couple of banners that say, and I'm just suggesting, but at this time, let's keep them on the east side of the highway, up Goldstein and down to Minoki's great in that area.
Thank you.
Member Minnings, and then Madam CEO.
Thank you through the chair to Member Burkett. I appreciate that reminder. I do know how the communities like to be referenced and whether or not they're part of the broader West Shore term, but we heard about Bass Lake, and there are so many other communities that don't have banners. So appreciate that. Maybe going forward, and again, for council at budget time, I am excited by communications and branding, and I love the way this project has rolled out. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO.
Thank you. I think actually Member Minnings captured fairly well what I wanted to say. Lake St. George is not a community in our official plan. West Shore is. So we can take on board that maybe we don't start with north of Highway 11, which is kind of what I'm hearing. But in future, if it's branded, it probably would be West Shore and not Lake St. George, similar to what we talked about with Councillor Brennan.
Okay, we're still in Member Cox.
Just a quick kick in on that one. So those areas could probably have in the future just Severn. And then that way we're not offending anyone.
So, through the chair to Member Cox, thank you for your comment. Just moving on, I guess that we can, in terms of kind of going back to the order here, if, you know, we had also identified within the report, Marchmont, which had been increased to 16 total banners. I wasn't sure if there was any comments specific to that area, or if, again, we can have that conversation during the time that we actually do a community walkthrough and just make sure that those additional locations work for Council Brennan.
Well, I think you thought one idea is to have each ward contact you and either verbally or in person give their feedback, and then you can put that in with staff and go from there. Like I spoke to a couple items out my way, and the other one that maybe didn't come up are the dock signs. Whether are they part of the signage as well at MacLean Lake and Severn Falls?
So to your question, Chair, it's actually is as part of the signage plan. So I believe it's year 3. So it may be next year or the following year, but it does include the dock signs as well as our other municipal docks throughout the township. And I believe it also in there as well, there's some parking lot signage and others that are kind of related to that style of signage that we would be replacing at that time.
Perfect. Member Cox.
Through the chair to Tracy, but I may have to ask you. You talked to her about Port Severn? Because I had a few on Port Severn that I wanted to. Yeah,
not specifically on Port Severn.
Okay.
Severn Falls.
Okay. At Port Severn, I just wondered if we had some extra ones because it runs the same gauntlet that Sturgeon Bay Road does. You get the welcome to Port Severn, and then it's kind of. And then you get to near the liquor store maybe or a little before. So if there were some extra banners, like throw an extra one in, a couple of, like 1 or 2 on Port Severn Road, because that's another, it would just help dress it up a bit. And it is a big tourist area so that it sort of says we're here. If that's okay with you.
And probably like the one at the very end of Kelly's Road isn't necessary. That's a dead end road there.
There you go. And we do have the dock there. But I just think that the biggest one for me, because when I looked up the effect of banners or when I go into any place, they just seem to be like a greeting if you don't have a main street. Like if they just sort of say, here we are, you come in and there's some nice ones there. And it just takes that, pops it up for drivers coming in.
So through the chair to Member Cox and to the chair, yes, I've those comments have been recorded. And then I think as well, just responding to your comments, I think what we're hearing is we want to create an entryway, not just centralized in the community. We want, to let people know they have arrived, but not necessarily by going all the way downtown. Right. So thank you.
And then through the chair supplemental, did you speak to Daisy Lane and Tamarack?
I told them I didn't want them there.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Just on the private roads, we don't, but we've discussed that with Tracy.
And then maybe, did you discuss maybe having more on the way out?
No, I thought I'm going to get her out there and we're going to.
Yeah, but that's what, towards T Lake. Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
So
Adam CEO.
Thank you. Maybe just to focus a little bit, I think Tracy has kindly offered to ground truth with individual members. So I think all we really need to know if we're generally okay with the numbers, then the amount that we're spending and where they actually go, we'll get to with you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you to Tracy and member Minnings in your ward. I see there's 2 signs in Scarlet Park. I hope you're going to speak. Okay, just as long as you're aware that that again is a
Member Cox.
I have to say it about Washago. I'm sorry. I can't contain it. Washago's lovely, but the Muskoka Street one, like when you come out of the main street to go right to go towards the beach, putting them down that street, probably I would put, if me, our tourists go to the park. So put some down the parkway, and that's a dead end road kind of. Once again, it's the same ideas we've already discussed, Tracy, and you've got it. That's, I think, what everybody's looking for. Thanks. And I'm not saying anymore.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if council can commit to each send Tracy their if council can each commit to send Tracy the details, because I don't know, but in my mind, I thought that we would connect after and talk about placement and location, because just to be able to streamline it so that you have all of the information together in one format. And again, it's just, I need to know what our next steps are so that you get what you want. Thank you.
So through the chair to member Minnings, I think that's what we want to do, is just I'll meet with you each individually and we'll have those discussions, and then we'll put together a proposal for the revised locations. Just double check that with our mapping, make sure that we're good to go. So in terms of what the CAO has said, just in the budget and the number of banners that have now been proposed per your direction. I just wanted to add one note that I feel is important to state, is that we had originally done the project budget for a total value of $41,605, but unfortunately we weren't successful with the grant application that we submitted. I've inquired to them to ask as to why, but I'm not sure if we'll receive a response to that. So that does bring the total project budget then back down to the 30,400. So at this time, I just need your direction on if we'd like to proceed with the 144, that would cost the 41,605, or if we'd like to then reduce the number of banners to fall within the allotted budget. It's been discussed with the CAO and with finance that we do have the funds to cover that, but just wanted to, of course, get your direction, please.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. I think this is such a great project. And I think all members of council, for $11,000. I know Andrew hasn't brought his surplus to us yet, but I think he can find $11,000 from last year to put towards this.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't spent it. McIntyre.
Yes, just through the chair to what the mayor said, or the member Burkett said. If we don't use them right away, we can always keep them in storage, particularly the ones that just say Severn on them. So I'd be in favor of the 11,000 more as well.
Okay.
Okay, so to the chair then, I guess, do we need to, can we just proceed? I'm just not sure. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think then moving forward, I can meet with you each individually, but I'd like to move on to then the third part of the report. I'll also pull that up on the screen for you, but it is a corporate identity and branding policy. So this really was, just to give you some background, was developed in response to a few items. One being, as soon as we put up the LED screens at the Coldwater Community Center and here at the administration office, we were having calls and inquiries from different agencies, organizations about, can we put our information on your screen? And we realized, of course, we don't really have a policy to respond to that. So within this policy, that is embedded as well. It just kind of, along with our signage strategy, speaks to the use of our brand, so the use of our logo, and puts that in a policy as well. And then in addition, as you may know, but we, or may not, we've received some requests from the public for signs that are going to be retired, which I've termed them retired or replaced signs. So anything with the Severn crest on it is going to be or pre-2021. So for example, we received requests from a few from the Coldwater Canadian Museum and others to have a copy of those signs once they are removed. So this policy as well speaks to that and provides a process that people or the public are to adhere to when wanting to request a sign, whether that be banner or wooden sign. So I guess, open that for discussion now and see if there's any comments on the policy itself.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a good policy, and it has to be, if you want the sign, put something in writing, and then it comes to council and we'll either approve or not approve.
Sorry, what page is that
in? Pardon me. I think it's actually 35. Sorry, I'm not.
410-1.
Yeah. So yes, page 78 of 127. Yeah.
I forgot. I already talked to you.
Tracy?
Great. So if there's no comments regarding the policy, then I guess I would put it to the clerk to for the motion just regarding the report and the other elements within it.
Yeah, just a question from here. So the signs are going to be safe. They're safe for an indefinite period of time. Like, they're not going to be thrown out.
To the chair, no, we've made it very clear, and they were actually supposed to be coming today to start completing some of that work to remove them. So they'll be dropping them, and I've told them that they are to treat them gently. And they've been given a specific place to put them at both our north and south yards, whichever may be closer for them when they're actually doing that work.
Thank you. I just hope Mr. Burke follows that. If we have a motion,
Maybe not indefinitely, but no. We don't have unlimited storage, but we are aware we want them.
Yeah, some groups may find out that they want them, and they give them a couple of years anyway, right? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so the motion then reads that administration report A23-025 with respect to the sign strategy and implementation plan update be received, and that the signage strategy and implementation plan as amended be received, and that the staff be directed to proceed with the updated decorative banner replacement project, and that the corporate identity and branding policy A-9 be approved.
Any questions? If not, we have a mover. Moved by member Burkett, second by member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving right along. We go to 4.2, private road naming Jack Pine Lane. Madam Clerk.
Certainly, I think the report's fairly self-explanatory. We received a request for a new private road. Staff have reviewed it, have no concerns. The fire chief has been out and has inspected the road and is okay with its state. So with that, the result of this will be the severance of East Burrows Bay Road into the existing portion, and then a new access called Jack Pine Lane. So with that.
Okay, thank you. If there are no comments, so we have a motion for that, please. Excuse me, member Minnings first.
Through the chair to Allison, does it remain a private road?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion reads that administration report number A23-028 dated June 21st, 2023 regarding private road naming Jack Pine Lane be received, and that the required bylaw be brought forward for consideration.
Give a mover for that, please. Moved by member Burkett, second by member Cox. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. So we'll go to 4.3. Allison, can you speak to this?
Certainly. Again, the report, I think, is fairly self-explanatory. Council wanted to have a review of the grants policy, particularly as it pertains to the council special grants piece. We wanted to make sure the council reviewed the policy as a whole, because I'm not sure that all of council remembers that we do have 3 other streams for grant applications. We wanted to get this done in June because over the summer we will start receiving, especially into August, we will start receiving grant applications that are all due in by September 30th, so that council can consider everything when they do next year's budget. So with that, I turn it to council.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. When we did this grant, we really had our hearts in the right places, and we really knew that we wanted to do something good. But I don't believe we have enough structure in it. And I don't believe that every single one we've had come forward so far is, we're not sure if it fits, or how much money do we give them, and when does the money come in, and we still have money sitting there. And that's why I think we talked to Allison about bringing this forward. So I'm wondering, is there a way through the chair to the clerk that we could tighten the beautification one and have some more guidelines with it? It's like an application period, or do we put it in with the other? I just really like your ideas on it, because you're the one that looks after all these types of things. And right now, when it comes to us, I think we're at loss to know if it's something we need to do, or is it a group, you know what I mean? And I just feel we need some guidance on this one, because it's brand new and we're finding some flaws. Because we don't have like an amount for each project. There's no, in my mind, we have no structure to it.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So in some respects, this is entirely council's policy. You do with what you wish. We have the general program grant one that has a pretty good guidance to it of 1,500 with a maximum annual grant, festival and event, which is the 5,000. And those that are applying know that that will be a declining contribution for every year your event's held, with the idea that eventually that it's self-sustaining. Capital improvement grant one, it's 50% only from us, up to $10,000, where the applicants are requested to find a portion of their own funding if they want to see a project go forward. And then there's the new portion. The one thing I do want to make sure council knows is that we have some exclusions from those that are eligible to apply for. So depending on which way council goes, they may want to consider refining that list. The one option, the only option that I could really come up with that might give you the ability is to actually get rid of your council special project grant funding and just take the amount and apply it to all of your other existing general grants. So the others would come in through your regular grant stream, whichever form of project they want to do, whether it's general programs, beautification could fall into the capital grant piece. Or then if they want to do a beautification thing that's of a certain size and scope, they're going to be required to do some community fundraising or look for a program grant or partial funding somewhere else. That's really the only other option I come up. So your existing, I believe it's $27,000 budget for general grants would then go to $57,000, and then the applicant could pick one of the 3 programs. But other than that, this is very much council's policy to do with what they wish.
Member Cox, and then Member Burkett, and then Member Minnings.
Sorry, supplemental then, if you're talking about that, I would like to look at the festival event grant, and I feel that the committees of council, which really are some of them non-for-profit, should be able to apply for an events, and they should also be able to apply and they shouldn't be penalized if they get provincial or federal grant money, that they can get that money and we could give them a percentage towards something, and then our logo could be on it. Like you see Tate Townships doing this weekend's, they have their Canada Day before Canada Day, and they help sponsor that. So I would like to see, and especially with the BIA, they put forward some festival events, and I'm sure other places sometimes do, and they understand that for the first year they would get so much, and then, but it would help kick that very first year off to help with to help finance it. And then after, they know they would come down, because right now they're not allowed. So I would just like to put those in as a comeback, if you're going to bring back the report with it all written so we can see. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
So thank you through the chair. So Member Cox, did you say you would like to see the BIA if they apply with some sort of grant?
Because they're not considered a committee of council, and they can't.
Okay.
Yes, because right now they're considered under the ones that can't do it, because it's an appointed board or committee. And right, and that's they really aren't for profit, so it would help kick off. And I mean, even with Shago, if they had an event, they should be able to apply a committee and you know, and for the first year they get so much and then they go down. Thank you.
And just supplementary, if I may, through the chair, why did we leave out funding for an organization that was non-for-profit if they got federal and provincial funding?
That's the other one I want to change.
Okay, so is that something we can look at as well?
I think Madam CEO and the Madam Clerk have their hands up.
Right.
Thank you. We may be saying the same thing. Can we just start with the idea? Does council agree that we should yes, I know. I know. It's just we have to keep up. So do you agree with the concept that we should fold that money into the grants that are already structured? That's question A. And then how would you like to see these structured? I mean, that's a yes or no. And if the answer is yes, then how would you like to, what changes would you like to see to the structure? I'm not sure if that's what the clerk was focusing you on as well.
Member Burkett was speaking, and then Member Minnings, and then
thank you through the chair. So to the grants that, and I'm sorry, I don't know them all. I'm sure that other members like, can you just explain the different grants? And if we were going to roll them all into one, just for the benefit of everyone sitting on the table here? Just to refresh me.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
And just by way of explanation to Member Burkett. So I'm not proposing that we take 4 and collapse them into one. I'm proposing that as an option. This is purely an option for council. It's the only thing I've managed to think up is that you would get rid of the council special project one. So all these 3, when it comes to budget, are considered within the same allocation. So right now, if someone were to apply for a general program, festival event, or capital improvement grant, they're all come out of that same $27,000 budget allotment, regardless of what type of grant someone's applying for. The only thought I had would be to take away the current council special project $30,000 and make the pot bigger for the other 3. So then council could, if they wanted to add different pieces to the existing ones, then you could add more qualifying criteria and open those up, but then they'd at least have a stream to apply into. So currently, and I believe most of council last reviewed this, well, this new policy came into effect as a whole in 2021, and then was updated to add the new council special project grants in January of only this year. So general program grants right now, maximum annual grant of $1,500 has to go towards a program that has a community benefit. That benefit has to be detailed on the application. Application has to demonstrate how the funds will be used. If you've had a prior grant of more than $1,000, the new grant application, the requester is to provide information as to how the grant funds were spent. Festival event grant, maximum of $5,000. Funds decline 25% every year following if they reapply. Festival events must have a defined budget, will not be provided for-profit or fundraising events. Recognition of funding received shall be done on any promotional materials or advertising related to the event so that there's recognition for the township portion. Requests for in-kind services shall be considered with the grant application. So say if they wanted staff to provide services such as the community center or things like that, then that would be in there. Funding for festival grants will be available to all residents. So it can't be exclusive to one area only. It has to be open to all township residents. And at the conclusion of the festival report has to be filed as to how the funds were spent. Capital improvement grant, 50% funding for a capital improvement project to a maximum of 10,000. The remaining 50% expected to come from groups, not-for-profit charity organizations. Recognition of funding received shall be provided. Minimum of 3 quotes shall be required. Again, that goes to our public procurement piece. At the conclusion, a report must be submitted. All those 3 are currently subject to various other restrictions. So first line, grants amounted will be based on funding available. So that's that 27,000. If you get 50 applications, the pot's going to thin depending on the number of applications you get. If you get 10, you have more only for that year. Subsequent grant renewals shall not be automatic. All grant requests are in by September 30th of the year so that they can be considered as a whole when it comes to budget. Any funding that's not spent shall be returned to the township. Funding shall not be provided. Funding's already been received from the County Simcoe, Province of Ontario, or other grant source. The principle behind this, and a lot of municipalities have it, is so that organizers are not double dipping into the same public purse. So that tends to be the reason for that. The following currently are ineligible groups or organizations: school, athletic, or private groups for stuff like group trips, expenses, or endeavors, tournaments, regular season activities, team uniforms and apparel, memorials, fundraising events, political, religious, or faith organizations, appointed boards and committees, local ratepayer organizations, if the grant is to be used for the sole benefit of those members. So that's currently how our policy reads. So, and again, if you want to keep the council special project thing, again, going back to the CIO's comments, I think that would be an important yes or no for council to figure out amongst themselves. Do you want to keep it, or do you want and have 4 options, or do you want to merge it in and have just 3?
Yeah, I think member Brennan had your sign up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. $100 to me. You know, the new grant system that we put in place this year, it just needed some qualifiers, but I think it kind of encourages local community involvement in a pretty solid way. So I don't know. I'm not so sure I'd want all the money rolled up and then no opportunities after September.
Yeah, Madam Clerk and then Madam CEO.
So currently, I'll just take the current budgeted grants that you dealt with in budget this year. I'll take the current budgeted pieces that you dealt with at budget this year. So when you started the budget and you had all your grant applications this year, you had a budget of 27,000. When council went through all those applications, they chose not to allot the entire 27,000. You retained, I think it was somewhere around $2,200 to $2,500, which then other groups can apply for and have since through the remainder of the year. And that is that contingency piece that council chose to reserve for those applications that come in after the deadline. I will state that the majority of our local community groups are very aware of that September 30th deadline. It's been around for a long time. So that is why they know to get their applications in on a regular basis. So
I guess the other thing you do is there's a certain point in time in the calendar or the year there's a certain point in the calendar year where you could then lump it together so that you can, you know, even out surpluses or deficits that may be in place. But if you've made all your decisions by September, that generally wouldn't be necessary, right?
Okay, Madam CEO.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. The clerk definitely had it right, and council will want to see most of them in one time. The reason we really encourage that is grants take a tremendous amount of council's time. So we like to do it once. Otherwise, you will get them dribbling in every month. And it is a big drain on our resources and yours. So we do like to get it in. But as the clerk said, you know, people do put forward things after, and if council has surplus, they consider it, but we really do encourage people to do it once.
Thank you, Member Minnings.
Thank you. I am a big fan of streamlining the grants programs. And as someone who's never applied for a grant, when I go on the Severn website, which I'm on now, and see the 4 grants there appears to be a lot of detail requested from 3 of the grants, and without having filled out my organization name, et cetera, and some basic tombstone information that's required to actually see what the grant application is, it's hard for me to make a decision on this conversation when I haven't even seen what the grant applications look like in full for the category. So for example, if I click on any of the grant applications, capital, festival, or general, that you need to fill out some information before you can proceed to the next screen. So I don't know how it looks. I only know the special council project grant because it's just there on one screen and you can see the entire application, so to speak. It's not really, it's just a few fill in the blanks. I do think that we need to make it easier for users as well as for staff, 100%. But with the special project grant, when that was put into place, and correct me if I'm wrong, there used to be in that quadrant on the website a villages and hamlets grant, and there was a requirement that you needed to be an association or a group to apply for that. And I remember saying that, how do general citizens apply for community beautification? And it was changed to the special project grant so that an individual could apply. So I know that's a lot, but so my main things are make the requests more comprehensive so that I can see at one time what I need to apply for before I get into the process. I'll just stop there.
Thank you. Wanda, Madam CEO, please.
Thank you. Just to clarify, in the past, groups couldn't apply under Village and Hamlets. Village and Hamlets was a committee, and the committee decided where the beautification went. So there wasn't an opportunity to apply. So this council disbanded Village and Hamlets and came up with the special council grant. I think where we're at today is the applications that have been coming forward are not necessarily what council envisioned when you had the grant in mind. So that's why we're suggesting there are some clear categories, and beautification would fit under a general grant program, or we can adjust it so that it does. So to meet some of the comments that we've heard to date, the three grants that we've always had have some structure to it. So I think that's what I've heard from council, is they would like some structure. We started something, we didn't know what we were going to get until we got them. As we get them, you're looking at them thinking that's not exactly what I had in mind. So we need to figure out how to get you to where you got what you had in mind. So I think that was the clerk's suggestion, is we disband that grant, put the money into the general pot, and strengthen or change the three structured grants to get to where you want to go. Does that make sense?
Yep, I like that. That's Wanda can continue.
Okay.
I love Wanda, go. You're waiting. Or do you want Allison?
I just want to respond to the members' questions about the grant application. So if you were to go back to your budget that you had in January, you will see what those applications look like. So because you had them in your January budget, there was an event grant application. There were some general program grant applications. So you can see, I can try and put one up on the screen if you'd like. But they are fairly simple. That's more, how much do you want? What's your project? What's your funding request? They're very straightforward, simple questions. They're done as fillable forms to actually try and make them as user-friendly as possible. But if you would like to see the range of what we've had before, then you just would need to go back to your January budget, and you'll find them there too. And if you have suggestions as to how we can improve that, I'm be pleased to receive it.
Okay, Member Minnings.
Thank you. January. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I didn't remember, but I thank you for telling me how I can see them. I guess for me, it's, continued when we have an item that's really important like this, and we're all pro grants, etc. And we also, I want to respect your time, and I do understand how important that is to make sure that you can process these things, and also that our community groups and residents get this money. Is that when things come to council, if there could be a more comprehensive, either in the background section or something, links, so that I can see that, because I don't recall. It's difficult for me to go back to a specific meeting and pull that up. So I've done that in a couple instances in today's agenda package, but that's just part of the story of why we got to where we are. And as far as if it fits under capital improvement, or if that's the correct title, as far as, flower pots and things like that, I'm all for streamlining it and going to whatever categories you need. But as long as we don't lose that. The other thing is that the grants under special counsel, because there are some on the agenda that have been submitted, were submitted based on the template that has been in existence for the duration, or most of the duration, since we created this grant. And, I just want to respect that, because I think we own the fact that the template isn't comprehensive enough, and that there's not enough fact finding in advance, quotes, etc. And you're right, we've had questions with every single one. So whatever you can do to make that more comprehensive and streamlined.
I guess the question at hand, did you want an answer today? What the committee thinks about combining all four into the one? And
if I can, Mr. Chair. So this, like I've said a couple times now, this is entirely council's policy. Staff are fine with the way it is. It's up to council to give us direction on this completely as to what you want to see happen. So maybe step one would be to see if across the dais that council does want to, as a step one, fold the one piece of funding into the rest. And then maybe we can discuss the suggestions from Member Cox that we allow boards, committees, and groups to apply for event funding, and if it's okay for those groups to also have received other sources of funding. It's very easy for the front end to us to broaden the definition of what would be included in capital to include general beautification, if that's where they want that to fall. But I think we need to go back to that step one to see if council does want to fold that $30,000 into the general grants.
Member Minnings.
Just one clarification on what you just said, boards, committees, and groups, neither of which are in place in Ward 4.
So in no way, if I can, for clarification, does that exclude individuals? Right now, those groups are excluded from applications. So we're looking at folding them in so they could apply for some of these other applications. So right now, individuals or not-for-profits are, like, a good example would be Born to Read, could apply for a general program grant, but under special, and this is specifically for something like the festivals and events, was Member Cox's point. The Coldwater BIA or other organizations couldn't apply for festival and event funding for new community events because they've been deliberately and intentionally excluded from that application. So individuals or neighborhood watch groups can still apply now. They can apply today under the current policy. It's the boards and committees that can't right now. So the Coldwater BA could not apply under general grants. So the one that council did already approve a couple months back for the winter planters and such through Coldwater right now would not have been an eligible application under our other 3 current grant policies unless we take out or change that piece that excludes right now boards and committees from applying, if that makes sense.
And supplemental. So in the one you quoted, general program grant, it says if you're part of a community group in Severn, you can apply.
Yeah. So right now you can, but the boards and committees cannot.
But what about individuals?
We can change that. So that this is, again, this policy is entirely up to council. This is in every municipality I've worked in. The grants policy is probably one of the most personal policies the council puts out there because it's how you choose to fund your various individuals, groups, and organizations. The one thing that I would strongly encourage council is to maintain the exclusion on like team shirts, school trips, all that type of stuff. That's what lottery licensing and school councils and such are for, not necessarily council grants. If there's a one-off exception the council wants to consider, that group can come forward. But as a general guiding document, you'll find that as a constant through most municipalities. So,
thank you, Member McIntyre.
Through the chair to the clerk. Does this mean if we go with one grant policy that the figure will then be 27 plus 30, 57,000?
So what it would be is that you still have the other 3 full streams. So you have general, festivals, events, and capital with a total pot of 57,000 as opposed to the current 27.
So 3.
So you still have 3 with the 57,000 instead of 27.
Thank you very much.
Member Brennan and then Member Cox.
The term groups, is there a specific definition of that? Can 2 people or 3 people get together and form a group?
Madam CEO.
Sorry. I do want to discuss in detail the groups versus individual, but could we just close the thought on, do you want the 3 structured as opposed to the 4? Because we're going around in circles, and I've made a note. I want to come back to the groups versus initiative because I think there's some discussion that needs to happen, but we're not at that step yet.
Member Cox.
I'm okay with taking the 30,000, putting it into the pot so we can have a community grant, a capital improvement, a festival event, and a general program event with the. So I'm okay with that. There.
Want to just, we'll come down the straw poll on that. Yes. The meetings.
Yes, under, as long as capital improvement includes, like, I think of capital as bricks and mortar, so I think that's the wrong word for it, or it needs to be expanded to include the intent of the special community grant. Thank you.
Member Cox. I'm a yes. Member Brennan.
Fine. Yes.
Good. So
I hate to stop mid-conversation, but we do have a hard stop for
Correct.
3:00. So can we have a bio break? We'll come back, and after we do that, we will talk about what the criteria for the grants are. Otherwise, you're not going to get a bathroom break before 3:00. No, we're not finishing this item right now.
We're just pausing it.
Just pause.
We're just pausing the item until after closed session. And then we will come back to it so we can continue the discussion on, now that council's generally given direction that we're gonna move from 4 to 3, what that new 3 looks like. Okay, so motion to go into closed session. So the motion reads that committee resolve into closed session that this meeting is hereby now closed to the public pursuant to Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, Section 2392, for the purpose of considering personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal local board employees and labor relations or employee negotiations.
Do we have a mover for that, please? Moved by member Cox, second by member Burkett. All in favor? Carried.
Give me 1 second. Okay, so motion, oh, hold on, I have to turn this volume down for a minute. So the motion is that closed session adjourn at 5:21 PM. And that the meeting is hereby now reopened to the public.
We have a mover for that, please. Move by member McIntyre, second by member Burkett. All in favor? We're back in.
Can I just say what? Thank you very much, Marianne.
She's not leaving us
I'm
yet.
sorry we dragged you through, but at least you're home. You can go grab something to eat.
We're not done yet. We
With
still have to
Marianne?
go back to the rest of the agenda and we still have to do the council
Does
portion.
Marianne have to stay?
Yes, we still have the council
Sorry,
portion of the
Marianne.
remuneration.
That's fine. I'll be here.
I have no questions
Okay.
for council.
I think probably that.
Yeah, let Marianne go.
Thank you very much, Marianne. I don't know if you can hear me because I don't need to present that report. Okay, that's fine. I think we're good on council. Thank you very much.
Okay, so coming out of close, then we have the motion. If I can get. Okay, so the motion reads that confidential report dated June 5th, 2023 with respect to the pay equity and market equity study results be received. And that council directs staff to prepare updated bylaws based on the staff salary grid and volunteer firefighters compensation as recommended effective. It should be.
Not that anybody's still watching us.
Everything. Oh. The audio is there. There we go.
Thank you for staying, David, to keep us on track.
Okay, so the motion then reads that confidential report dated June 5th, 2023 with respect to the pay equity and market equity study results be received. And the council directs staff to prepare updated bylaws based on the staff salary grid and volunteer firefighters compensation as recommended effective July 1st, 2023. And that staff move on the new salary grid to the next closest step +1 being option 3. With the exception of any additional pay equity impacts, which may be reviewed by the chief administrative officer separately as required. Wanda, member Minnings, if you want a recorded vote, it's time to ask for it.
Thank you. I'd like a recorded vote.
Okay, do we have a mover for that? Moved by member Brennan, second by member Burkett, and we'll allow the clerk call a recorded vote.
Okay, motion recorded vote requested by member Minnings. Member Minnings for or against? Against. Okay, member Cox for or against?
Against? I mean, for. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's a long day. 4.
Okay, member McIntyre for or against? 4. Okay, member Burkett for or against? 4. Member Brennan for or against? 4. Okay, member Taylor for or against? Okay, motion is carried. Okay, so now we will go back and finish up grants.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we could go for a break, even though we just came back, let's take a break for
2-minute break, and then, well, I think the way we'll start grants is that I'll just recap where we were, and then I'll make note of the suggestions, and then it should move pretty quickly.
So member Burkett had a question.
Can we not move these in the sake of time? Like it is 5:30. Can we not move
Why-
the council?
I think we could go for a 5-minute break.
All right. No, we need a break, but I thought we could.
We got a few.
We've got 2 items left, 1.5 to finish up, and then it shouldn't take long.
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay, so where we left grants is that the council special project grant one is moving into the general pot of money. However, there were changes that council wanted to make to the current 3 categories. So in summary, we wanted to, and I've been making track changes as we go. And what I'm thinking is that what I'll do is no report. I'm just going to put the track change version of the final version of the grants policy on next week's agenda for council, just to make sure that they are 100% settled with. I'm going to start with the exceptions thing that normally excludes groups, is that we're going to remove appointed boards and committees from being able to apply for grants. So something like the BIA could apply for the festivals and events funding. Again, these will all still come forward to council budget, and council can say yes, no, what have you. And I'm again just recapping where we were. The capital improvement grant, we're going to broaden that to include beautification. And then I think there was some discussion that wanted to be had on individuals versus groups and what defines a group and who could apply. So just a recap right now is that there's no real limit on who can apply for a general program grant, but that is limited to 1,500. Right. The ones that get into groups was the festival and events. Even capital was from groups, not for profit or charity organizations. So from there, if council wanted to put capital and beautification and open that up, or just redefine what groups is, I think that might be a good idea. We do not have a definition for groups. Actually, we do. My apologies. So organizations servicing the township who have a mandate to provide direct benefits, program services primarily to township residents. This may be extended to organizations based in neighboring municipality if the majority of their funding is used to provide direct benefits, programs, and services to residents. So clean as mud. Yes.
If you look at organizations servicing township who have mandate to protect. So if you're worried about Ward 4 and other wards, because Ward 5 doesn't have any direct, a person could go through a ratepayers association to apply for a grant.
It could be a neighborhood group. Like there's no,
like
incorporation.
Okay, so here's the deal. So we're doing the parade in Washego, and we have 15 members. They have now called themselves the Washego Events Committee. So those people, even if there was 8 of us, could apply for a grant because we're a group.
Under this definition, they would qualify as
Thank you very much.
Madam CEO.
Now you got agreement, so I don't want to throw out any wrinkles. I'm not too fussed about the definition of group because council gets to decide at the end of the day. What I've heard individually from members when grants are coming forward, though, and I'm not quite sure how we would work this into a policy, and I just want to see if it was kind of a consensus, because I've heard it from a few of you individually, is it's not so much who can apply, it's who's impacted. So one person is applying for something that the community as a whole may or may not support. So I'm wondering, outside of the group, if we figure out some language around you, whatever your community looks like, whether it's your ratepayer group or whatever it is, it's somehow in your application, you have to get some sort of community buy-in. Because I've heard that on different grants that you've had issues with, that one person might want that, but one person may not. And that has caused some anxiety around the application. So I don't know if that's an issue for council that you would like us to turn our minds to.
Member Brennan.
Just through the chair, so sometimes we have individuals that are doing good things that we all like them done. Like, for instance, the people that put the flowers up around the mill structure there, the Mill Street Bridge there, and take care of that. I know there's people in other jurisdictions where they take care of flowers throughout the season. Like, that's like 1 or 2 people. They're not really a group, but who's going to argue that they're not doing really good stuff for the township? I just would not like to see them excluded in any definition, because these people it's pretty selfless. But there might be 2 people.
I think if they just called them the local horticulture group, they'd be fine.
Oh, okay. We can do that.
Like there used to be a Coldwater Horticulture Association, but sometimes you do just get the 2 or 3 that are big into gardening that decide to take care of the parks and stuff like that and put gardens around gazebos. And if they were to call themselves groups, then our definition is pretty broad.
Yeah.
If I may, through the chair, if I remember how we got to group in the first place, it was so there was some oversight, because if you get one person, then you don't know if they're doing community benefit or if they're doing their own benefit. So a group, even if it's two, there's some second set of eyes, some oversight. I think that's how we got to that definition in the first place.
Things.
Thank you. I don't want to lose the spirit of not having an organized group. So I would agree that it's how it's defined, whether one person can constitute a group, whether two or more, but then there is no guarantee that they would be representative of what the broader community thinks about their particular project.
So that's plus or minus.
I think it's, again, I don't think we're solving a problem. And I think that there will always be people who will agree and won't agree with it. So I would like to take that back out of the equation and just say someone's come forward, they want to do something. Council needs to consider whether or not that's an initiative that would be a benefit for the area, regardless of who thought of it or brought it forward. But I just don't want to get into judging or trying to make a determination how the rest of people would think about that.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
And apologies, member meetings, if I'm not quite understanding what you just said. It's been a long day. So I was just going to add under the definition of groups being organizations of two or more. So you just wouldn't have the individual. So, but it doesn't have to be incorporated, or it can just be a group of neighbors.
No, I understand that. Sorry. It was the other comment about, if people agreed with, if there was general consensus or something. That's the comment I took exception to, and I didn't agree with that. But a group being two or more people, I can live with that. Absolutely.
So, and again, once the grant applications come forward, the whole idea of the September 30th annual deadline is the council gets them all to look at, and then you can say zero, you can say full funding, you can say part funding, and depending on the number of applicants, as there was this year under just general program grants, you had to adjust some of them as well. So,
Member Cox?
No?
Okay. Is that the discussion for now?
okay. I will put the track
you're
change
cut off.
version on the next one. The only other question that everyone had before was about whether or not if a group received funding especially for festivals and events, if a group received funding from other sources, if they would be ineligible. So like case in point, you often get the bigger festivals where they would apply to us for some, and they would get some from the county, from their tourism grant thing, and they would get funding from elsewhere. So I know, say case in point, the BIA gets sometimes funding from the county to do certain projects, or has in the past. So, but those similar things, I think the oh my gosh, Steampunk used to get funding from multiple different levels too. So, but just for examples.
But funding could be for different things, like that the mill gets funding to hire students to work there, but they're asking money for something that's two different things. So, do you know what I mean?
So we can pull that.
I think that's not right. Member Cox.
But I think what you're saying is different. We're looking at, this is an event or funding. So the mill gets funding from them for additions, and that they don't coincide. What happens is if the BIA said we got funding from the county of $5,000, and we got funding from the feds for $3,000, so that gives us $8,000 for our new Wizards Festival. They want to be able to say, well, maybe we can come to the township and ask for funding, and we as a township can say, sure, we'll give you $1,000, or in kind, we'll give you this. But they want it so that it looks like the was rationalized to me by Count Member Jennings is then that way when you're doing your advertising for your event, it's got the logo of the township on it to say that this is township approved, and they felt that was something that was really good to show in good faith. There's the province, there's the county picture, and there's the other one, and that's the way it is. he just asked me to bring that part forward.
Yeah. Or if I can, for another example on the beautification side is where, or capital side is where you might have a group that gets a flowers grant from Communities in Bloom Canada or from a garden center to say, we'll give you $500 towards plants for this if you can do the soil and the mulch and whatever. So they apply to us for the soil and the mulch. And the garden center, so long as there's like a little thing with their name on it, says, you know, plants donated by Bradford Greenhouses or Egos or whatever that is. So I've seen that too in a past municipality. So maybe what I'll do is for now, we'll just put the draft on the agenda and we'll take that exclusion out and we'll go from there.
I think Member Minnings had your hand up. Yeah, I'm just confused on the wording there, Allison, that if you get funding from two sources, that you don't get it from the township, and that's not the way I understand it. Maybe Andrew can, you know what I'm trying to say? If I can, I think are we going to remove that exclusion?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to remove that, so it's not going to be an issue.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so based on that, the related motion then would read, so again, I'm going to put it on next week's agenda with the track changes so council can see them. And if there are any last minute additions, then you can deal with it then. So the motion reads that the administration report number A23-27 dated June 21st, 2023 regarding a review of the council grants policy be received and that the amendments to the council grants policy be approved as discussed. So
we have a mover for that, please. Moved by Member Burkett, second by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Okay, F 4.4, council remuneration. And who'd like to speak to that?
I can.
Lori first.
So very similar to the process we went through and closed. As part of the process, the consultant did a study on where council pay bands should be at the 55th percentile. The mayor and the deputy mayor are already there, but to get council to the same rate requires a small increase. So concepts are all the same, just a different group of people.
Any discussion amongst the members here? My only question would be for the councillors, whether it could be starting January 1 of 2024.
Totally up to council.
Member Minnings.
You just have to change the effective date.
Yeah, thanks. And for this agenda item, my only comment is that when I signed up less than a year ago, I knew what the pay rate was and I was comfortable with it. So I'm just don't feel that this is the right time to bring it forward.
Member Brennan.
Yep. I do think it's the right time, and I think July 1st is the right time.
Okay, I guess we'll have put the motion out as on the agenda here.
Okay. So the motion reads that administration report number A23-29 dated June 21st, 2023 with respect to a council compensation market study be received, and further that no change be made to the mayor and deputy mayor's salary, and further that councillor salaries be increased to $26,687 per annum effective July 1st, 2023.
Member Minnings has a question.
Could I get a recorded vote? Thank you.
Sure. I just need a mover and a seconder.
Yeah, mover, please. Moved by Member Burkett, second by Member Brennan, and I'll ask the clerk for.
Certainly. So recorded vote requested by Member Minnings. So Member Minnings for or against? Against. Okay, Member McIntyre for or against? Member Burkett for or against? Member Cox for or against?
For.
Member Brennan for or against?
For.
Okay, and Member Taylor for or against?
Against.
Okay, motion carried.
Okay, we'll get into new business then, G1.
CEO.
Oh, I'm just getting with. Okay, go ahead, Madam CEO.
Thank you. Given that council wants to make significant changes to the grant policy, I would suggest that you refer these to the grant policy through the budget process.
Yep.
Member Minnings.
So does that mean they wouldn't be heard today?
If that's council's will.
And would that mean that, how are they, how's that communicated to the applicants?
Yeah, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. I know that member Jansen wanted to speak to the one, and we can refer it. Can we refer it to council at the next meeting or no? Well, let's do that, and that way it gives Councillor Jansen a chance, and we'll have the new grants policy. So why don't we do that if council so wishes?
Madam CEO.
You can certainly do that, but you may be passing a policy where these no longer are applicable. So that's the rub of you're changing a policy. You're not going to have this particular grant again.
Can we not deal with the grants and as it is today? So we know what we're like. These people applied based on the grant was there that we had now. Let's, for the time it takes, see what we think. We've already given one grant this year in Coldwater, if I recall. Member Brennan.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to handle them today, but as noble as the two of them are, I have concerns with the costs associated with both those applications.
I'm sorry, I missed.
Too much money.
Oh.
Madam Clerk.
So I'm going to propose a two-step approach with respect to both of these. One, that we refer it to next week. We see what happens with the grant policy. If what I think is going to happen with the grant policy actually gets formally ratified, because nothing's approved until council, that happens today. That if the grant that they have applied under disappears, then they can reapply under one of the other existing grant streams. Okay. Or they can choose to wait until give themselves some more time and then reapply closer to the new September 30th time and say we're opting to wait until the 2024 budget. And we can give them both options and also talk to them and explain as to what's happening between point A and point B. So if that works. For today, it would mean that it's just deferred to next week.
Okay, we'll talk about it next week.
Because we need to see what happens with the final version of the policy first.
Okay.
Seems fair.
Okay, then we have one motion handling both items, or do each one separately?
We'll do each one separately.
Okay.
Okay, so the first motion is that the grant application regarding the Severn Shore School Crossing be received and deferred to the June 28th, 2023 council meeting.
Moved by member Cox, second by member Burkett. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay, hold on one moment.
Since 8:30 this morning.
Okay, so the next one is that the grant application regarding the Coldwater Township Laneway be received and referred to the June 28th, 2023 council meeting.
Okay, moved by member McIntyre, second by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried.
Yeah.
Just go quickly. We'll quickly committee updates. So we'll go quick, starting with number 5.
Number 5. Well, with a great deal of help from Judith, we put a committee together to have a July the 1st Canada Day parade. It's moving along at such a pace that we don't have to have a meeting tonight. The next one is next Wednesday or the 28th, I'm not sure. However, we've had somebody offer to make a donation, of which I'm not sure how much it is, but if it comes in, I wanted to ask that question during the grants conversation, but if we get a donation for our Washego committee, does that affect anything? Small donation, I think $100 or something. Okay. As far as the rest of it goes, I think the traffic lights are one of the things that are sent to put me in the nutty house. We haven't got a definitive answer when they're going to put a right turn lane in there yet. The equipment is there and no turn lane, so we don't know when the light's going to turn on. Finally, was my third one. Finally, Kojiko, as I stated earlier in the day when we were talking to the Clear Cable people, are in my neighborhood doing whatever. And they indicated, I think Rothschild indicated that they're 90% done and we should be up and going by Thanksgiving. I'll believe it when the turkey's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Member Minnings.
No updates.
Member Cox.
The committee updates, I will send you the Simcoe County Committee highlights from June 13th, and I will also send out the library board minutes, which have all the highlights in them.
I'd like just to comment on Cowater Mill. Last week, we had a volunteer group led by Joe Taylor, retired landscaper. We completed a unilock base, 16 by 16, 4 benches and a fire grate, and it looks great. So if you're in Cowater, pop by and have a look at that. And our SSEA next quarterly meeting is July the 20th. Member Brennan.
Yeah, Otis Park rodeos this weekend. I'll be manning the entrance booth from 12 to 4, so make sure you have your money ready. And we'll see you there. Yahoo. Also, the physician recruitment meeting is actually in this room tomorrow. Right when everyone is having the staff appreciation thing. So while I can pitch in a little bit before that, I will be coordinating this end of things for that important meeting because that's the last meeting of the session. They're very active, working very hard.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to Member Minnings for a second and then to Member Burkett.
My apologies. A good news story. Bayou Park Ratepayers Association has reached their 50-year milestone of operations. There was an article in Aurelia Matters recently, and they are having an event this Saturday. All are welcome, and they're selling their memberships at that event. So thank you for supporting them.
Thank you, Member Burkett.
I'm sorry, I can't even remember what I did other than it was in months. I'm so too tired.
Sending out the highlights.
My apologies.
Okay, any CAO updates?
I lost track of a couple hours today.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn at 5:51 p.m.
Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Minnings. All in favor? Carry.
Thank you very much, everyone.